Testing. Okay. Hopefully my voice is coming through fine. Niche didn't mention not being able to hear me. It didn't dawn on me till right then to think about that. Speaking of things I didn't think about, hey there, my name's Ethonra, and welcome back to Final Fantasy 15, or 14, Endwalker. And there's a reason 15 actually slipped out there, is because I didn't get to talk about it last mission, because things got crazy. But, the area that I was in when Xenos played his little switcheroo, it reminded me a lot of Final Fantasy 15, specifically the end area of Final Fantasy 15. Why? Well, for one, we're on a paved road. Two, cars in Final Fantasy 14 ruin my immersion. Why do they have cars in this game? It's supposed to be about fantasy. It's a fantasy game. Why do they have cars, man? It makes no sense. It breaks the immersion. It makes no sense. That's the worst mount in the game because it's a car. It's so technological. Even though there's a valid reason for why it exists, because, you know, they got the technology from a different dimension. But why? Why are there cars in Final Fantasy 14? There shouldn't be cars. It breaks the immersion. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system. Now, back to the matter at hand. This is something, surprisingly, I forgot to mention for Reaper, is, not only is it my new main DPS, it might be my new main period, but on top of that, I don't remember if I mentioned this back when I was speculating on what Reaper was going to be like, but I'm glad they didn't give it a dumb aura. Like, you all know by now how much I despise the warrior aura, because it looks so stupid. Or, let me rephrase it, it doesn't necessarily look stupid, it just looks really cheap. Like, if they had like a flaming aura, similar to how, you know, Reaper's looks, I wouldn't care. I couldn't care less. That's a good thing. But the fact, I don't know. Because to be fair, I have seen some warriors, but I haven't really taken a good look at them, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am, because as bad as my memory is, I do recall seeing a few warriors, and it still looks like their aura is made out of paper mache. But getting back to Reaper, something else I'm glad I didn't mention, or forgot to mention, is that I personally hope, and I mean this, that Reaper is not the strongest DPS. As proof, think about it. Not once have I ever mentioned wanting or even thinking that Reaper has a high DPS. Personally, I don't want it to. Why? Because people tend to gravitate towards that thing. My philosophy has always been, play what you like. As long as you're relatively competent, as long as I can trust you to do the bare minimum of what your role requires, play whatever you want. That being the case, I don't want Reaper to be the strongest class, or DPS, because, again, people gravitate towards that kind of thing. Think about it. Shooters, what's the strongest weapon in the game? What's the best weapon in the game? I had another example, but I can't remember it now, but shooters is the first one that comes to my mind because I play a lot of shooters. Destiny, those broken guns, that's all you'll see in the sweaty kind of PvP areas. In this game, now this is, unless it's objectively provable, I'm not even going to try to pretend this, because I've been preaching about how great Paladin is forever, even before it got good. Paladin has always, even back in Abram Reborn, always has been the best tank, because for the 11,000th time, the role of the tank is to survive, not do world-cleaving damage, not do heals that essentially make you immortal. It's to survive, and no tank, especially now, survives better than the Paladin. For the sake of the video, I'm going to go ahead and talk to all these people again, because I don't want people who, for whatever reason, just dropped in or got here without watching the other one. So I'll talk to them again. Which reminds me of Sync Weaver's reaction. It was bittersweet. It was exactly what I imagined, which was a good thing. But at the same time, it's also bad, because he was complaining about... And keep in mind, I do like Sync, but just because I like you doesn't mean I won't complain. I can be biased, and I cannot be biased. This is one of those times where I like him, but I'm not going to be biased. He was complaining about how hard the one area was, you know, the Final Fantasy 15 area, let's just call it that. And to his credit, I can understand his frustration, but he was going as far as to say the area was unnecessary. Granted, that could have been just the frustration talking. He probably didn't actually mean it. But I can see why he was annoyed. You know, like, you don't really know where you're going. And take it from me, I can relate to that. But you actually do. It tells you where to go. The issue is, like I said, there's no marker. And navigating the area is kind of hard because you got all the enemies and you are incredibly frail. So I can see why he was annoyed. Plus, it took him a while to find all the stuff. But I beg to differ. I think, while yeah, they probably could have made it a bit easier, I would say it was necessary because, one, it further emphasizes Xenos' point. Two, it was a great section story-wise. And three, it helped me come to the realization of what Xenos was talking about. Or kind of, at least. It depends on what exactly you mean by strength. Because Zeno asked the question, where does, you know, the strength come from? The flesh, the soul, or something altogether different? My answer is technically both. Case in point. When that happened, you noticed that while we were playing, we were incredibly frail. Like, immensely so. So, that leads me to believe, then, majority of the strength does in fact come from the flesh. How is in the ever, I also believe, because we don't know this, it didn't happen, but I imagine that if Anima had roared again while the switcheroo was going on, Zio would have been okay because it's her soul that has been branded by Hydaelyn, not her flesh. So even in a different body, and that roar went out, she would not be tempered. Or at least that's what I believe, because to me that makes sense. The physical abilities like her super strength, speed, resilience, of course those are of the flesh, but her ability to resist being tempered, that's absolutely one of the soul. So I would say the answer is technically both. By the way, I've said this before as well, just to further emphasize the point that I don't just talk crap about people, even though I wouldn't consider what I just said crap. You should go check out Syncweaver. He's generally a great YouTuber, especially if you're a Final Fantasy fan, doubly so if you're a Final Fantasy XIV fan, and quadruply so, yes, we're skipping triple, if you're a Dark Knight fan, because he rocks Dark Knight all day. You'll definitely like him. Well, for his sake, I hope he's not in this dungeon, because I promised that the very next dungeon, I was going to bring Estinian. And yeah, hers does say sorceress. Which begs the question then, why does she not also have the healer role like Graha does? I mean, realistically, she should. She said as much herself. And again, makes sense why Raha can, so technically she should have that too, so that if we wanted to, we could switch out Alphino. But like I said, they really want to hammer home Sage. Actually, maybe not, because again, we have Urianger, who's an astrologian, so yeah, she really should have a healer role, but I digress.
Right then.
Yeah, his voice is like amazingly deep. I call it amazingly deep because you will be amazed by some of the battle quotes he has. I was watching Sync do the first dungeon, and Estinian's voice was incredibly deep. Like, deeper than his normal voice. Far deeper. When he's attacking something. I think that's all I wanted to talk about. That's pretty clever. I expected us to be behind that.
Now or never.
Ah, there we go. Is the dungeon actually... If it takes place on the train for a little bit... Oh man, it does. That's so cool. I love this. They don't have to keep doing it, but I really do love how they have the NPCs run with us for the dungeon, even if it's only for a little bit. I really do like that. That's an excellent touch. Speaking of which, I forgot about that. They might slow down my reaction time though, because even though I've marked my my settings to only interact with the enemy when my weapon is out, I can still interact with them when my weapon is out, even when I don't try to. Don't ask me why, because I honestly don't know. It just happens that way sometimes. Oh, I recognize you, you little bastard. I don't know why I pressed focus target. I meant to... No, I pressed the right thing. I'm so used to pressing mark, I thought when I hit focus target, I hit mark. But yeah, this is definitely something you want to kill first, because it has a huge circular AoE. You know how I feel about them.
You cannot stop us! There!
I also apologize if my reaction time is a little bit slow. My thumb is kind of sore from all this button pressing. I took a break in the sense that I just wanted to do my roulettes and give the stream a rest, but I didn't actually take a break, say, for not wearing my headset to, you know, not hurt my ears. And see, that was a good example. I have my weapon out, but I'm targeting him when I shouldn't. I'll double check my settings just to be sure, but because I haven't touched them in forever, because I got them where I want them. But yeah, that shouldn't be happening. Technically it shouldn't, but I think the game might be a little bit confused because he's not just like, what's the best way I can explain it? He's like a player NPC. I can't think of a better term for it. Where he's here in the dungeon as opposed to being like a merchant or a vendor or a mender. You know what I'm getting at? I think that's why I can still lock on to him, even though I really don't want to. I don't think this would happen if I try that with a mender. I'm gonna, or you know, whatever. I'm gonna try that when we get out of here. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, there's people. Man, some of these people were taken from really far away. Surprised I'm not seeing any Amalja. Why they couldn't capture the sylphs also makes sense.
This will hurt.
See what I meant? Yeah, see, that slowed me down because it locked on to Magni again. Same guy.
Goodbye.
But yeah, the Reaper's aura is really cool. It doesn't obstruct your vision. It doesn't look cheap like Warrior's does. Like I said, paper mache. And I wasn't joking. If Warrior actually had a better aura, it might actually have been my main tank. Of course, Gunbreaker replaced Paladin, which to this day I still have an admiration for. It's just Gunbreaker is more fun, but I will not deny that that Paladin is the best tank. But of course, even though that's what I know to be true, I would encourage you to still play what you like. If you like wielding a big screw you axe, do it. If you like using arguably the coolest weapon in the game, a sword mixed with a gun, do it. You want to rain meteors down on your opponent's head, do it. Play what you like, regardless of what's actually best. One of the future dungeons will be like this. Like I said, I'm loving it, but they can only keep the theme up for so long. Actually, no, they're actually doing a good thing now I think about it. Alright, so they're going that way. But I was saying, yeah, I was about to say, they did say 3 groups. Anyway, they are doing a good thing, because remember, now that they don't have to worry about being tempered, they actually can do stuff like this. Speaking of being tempered, who's that scientist? Barnabas? That's a familiar name. That face only a mother could love. Dang, Thancred. Oh, something tells me I don't want to be in front of that. Okay, so he's like he has delayed AoEs. Oh, wait a minute, he punched him. I wonder if that was supposed to happen. Or, I mean, it is, but I mean, like, is it going to be a mechanic? Brute's far from bright. Oh man, I love the trust system. Not just because things like this. Okay, opposites attract. So yeah. Oh wait, nope, don't want to get in the AoE though. I was about to get really close. Interesting. Oh, hold on, Estinian. Ah, I forgot I moved the button. Dang it. Ah, speaking of buttons, I pressed the wrong one right there. I'm gonna try something. Okay, that's what I thought. Right, opposites attract. That's my #1 way of remembering magnetic rules. Opposites attract. So, get far away. That's the best way I can try to remember it. I was expecting a burst of the lingering AoE that was there last time. Speaking of which, I wonder if I have this. I don't think I do. I think it's level 76. Yeah. That might be the wrong level, but I don't have it yet. That's too bad. That's another thing. This literally never happened with Gunbreaker, or almost never. Let me say it like that, because I could be wrong. But it was so rare, it might as well have been never. But I find that when I'm mashing all these different buttons as Reaper, sometimes I'll end up bringing up opposites attract. I'll end up bringing up the sub menu like this. I find it somewhat amusing, but I'm hoping it'll never actually backfire on me, because it's only a slight annoyance. Speaking of which, let me see how good look at this guy. Oh, he has an axe actually in his head. And a wind-up key in his back. Interesting. Opposites attract.
You cannot stop us! There!
It was only the first boss of Stinian, so I sincerely doubt it. don't know why I did that. Those aren't bad. Like I said, I love the trust system, not just because the obvious reason, but the dialogue all the characters have with each other. Or not, well, I guess with each other, but more specifically with the area they're in. Since Estinian has been here before, he actually comments on it. I like that. I know I've mentioned similar things before, but it just bears repeating. That's such a great feature. Especially when you just want to learn the dungeon at your own pace.
You cannot stop us!
Like I said, I'll gotta get in the habit of attacking whatever the AI is attacking so we can get out of here faster. While still taking my relatively slow pace. That's another thing. In addition to pressing the wrong button, doing that right there, even though I did it correctly, sometimes I'll just straight up press the wrong button because I'm just not used to it all yet. Like, how can I explain it? Well, the obvious one is Gibbet and Gallows, where I'll mix up what I need to use, even though I know what I need to use, I'll still press the wrong button. They're still having their little banter. Yeah, see, I was trying to hurry before that transformation went off, but not only did I delay, but I was on the wrong side for the wrong button.
You underestimate me!
I'll let Estinian handle that. I'll stand back farther next time so I can see them both talking.
You're mine!
Oh, by the way, I got a really good look at the Reaper limit break. I said I've used it before, but I don't remember if I told you or not that I didn't really get a good look at it. This time I did. And it's definitely one of my favorites in the game, and I actually would put it over Ninja, because as cool as Ninjas is, and it is, to me it's even cooler than Dragoons. Well, Dragoons and Ninjas are both really cool. The Ninjas is cool for the very obvious reason of millions of swords stabbing you all at once kind of thing. Energy swords even. While Dragoons is cool because Midgard Stormer, that's pretty much it. But Reapers is cool because it's not just a big giant energy scythe. I won't spoil why, but it's really good. Let's see. Hey there. Oh, I have that same design bracelet in my glamour dresser.
This will hurt.
mine!
It's like, yeah, they're attacking the other thing. But I'll go ahead and finish this one off just because they're about even in health.
This will hurt.
Crap. Yeah, see, I made another mistake. That's something I have to keep reminding myself is whenever you use Unveiled Gallows or Grim Swathe, that you have to use one of these. Otherwise, anything else you press, you drop it. I've mentioned that before, and I know better, but again, make mistakes. And it's worse when I know better, as opposed to it just being a pure accident, which it still was, but it's an accident I could have avoided. Oh, look at you. It's weird they have the same color scheme. Oh, I just noticed Team White hair again. Cool. Actually got it off. Is that scientist guy? Because that was actually a complete sentence, so this ain't just some mindless machine. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because they're floating above us? Is that why?
You cannot stop us!
Okay, one shrinks you, one turns you into a frog. Okay.
My turn!
Okay, so they explode like Grand Cross.
You're mine!
Yeah, but this limit break is mine. Let's see, Grand Cross, so yeah, over here.
You're mine!
I'm going to delay on this one just because I do not want to now. It's because I don't want to do it too early and end up getting hit. Because the first time I pressed, I wasn't paying attention to how long the timer was. There we go. I was expecting a chest to be back there. Oh well. couldn't have made this tower look more sinister if they made it out of flesh and blood. I was about to say, yeah, if that thing doesn't slow down, it's going to launch us into the ceiling. Yeah, I don't like the look of those things. And that's exactly why. I figured they weren't just for show.
My turn!
I wonder if that AoE will hurt the enemies too. Probably not. Let me actually look. Nah, I don't think so. I was seeing if we had a Howdy hard mode kind of situation going on. Doesn't seem so.
There!
I will say this about Reaper though, it can be really hard to see your own attacks when
Hurt.
some of the crazy animations start going off.
You're mine!
That reminds me, there was an instance where when I was doing my roulettes, I ended up getting World of Darkness, and we had a tank there that didn't know somehow that you're supposed to turn the boss away. We were fighting the five-headed dragon facing us, so I told everyone it's not going to turn, so just go ahead and go around it. Then he asked, is he
You
supposed to turn it?
underestimate me.
And one person said, usually the tank turns the boss to the north. And I told him always, though not really always, but for the sake of keeping the rule really ingrained in your head, always turn the boss away from the party. Yeah, see, I'm distracted telling my story. I shouldn't have pressed that button. Anyway, it was good though, because not only did he listen and take our advice, but he wasn't a jerk about it. It's almost like it's because we're trying to help him for the greater good of everybody. My father often says, no one how's he say his little saying? No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Which is true. Which is why, one, I don't go out of my way to talk to you like you're a child. I actually do try to talk to you with some level of respect and that you at least know some basics. Like I told you about the limit break. Being a Final Fantasy game, I know there was one, obviously, but I didn't know I had access to it, and I didn't know it was my duty to do it, but they took the time to teach me way back when. I remember, or I don't think I've shared this one.
Mine!
Matter of fact, no, I'm pretty sure I might have on Destiny. But anyway, another one is how an ex-friend of mine, I have no idea where she's gone now, she taught me that one of the ways you can get better at a shooter game is to adjust your sensitivity. I never thought of that. Would I eventually? Almost certainly, because I've seen other videos talk about it, you know, now and whatnot, or if the idea just didn't eventually dawn on me on my own. But the point is, up till that point, I never thought about, oh, if I increase my sensitivity, that would help my aim, or decrease it, depending on if it's too high. And ever since then, I've always done that. I remember the people that helped me out, because not only does it help me, but it can go on to help other people.
You cannot stop us!
Because I've gone to pass that advice on to others as well. Oh wow, we're fighting Anima right now? Dang. I was going to say, like, the story itself feels like things that should be happening right now. Things that are happening right now should be happening way in, like, level 88, 89, or 90. So that begs the question, what are we going to do next? I kind of already know. I've been dropping subtle hints about that. And I've already seen slight spoilers for it, like just an area we're going to go to, as well as, again, it being kind of obvious. But beyond that, I have no idea. So I guess we gotta put Varys down yet again. Icon of icons, huh? I might have missed it somewhere, but I don't understand why this... I mean, I guess because, you know, Ascian intervention or whatever, but shouldn't the icon look a bit more like... Well, like I said, maybe it's the fact that they used his body, but that shouldn't be too big of a difference anyway, because Shiva, Thornton. So I don't quite know why he looks so monstrous. Oh well. Also, yeah, he doesn't have that purple glow to him. He just use a... Oh, that's Ifrit, isn't it? Oh, that's gonna be really confusing. And it's left black holes. Alright. That one I kind of figured, because I'm familiar with that tether marker. You see it in, you see it on,
There!
Crap. Let me save that, because this looks kind of important. Oh. That would explain the name. Oh wait, he's getting bigger.
My turn!
Oh man. Oh, we got some ultimate stuff going on now. Wells of limitation call forth chaotic energies.
There!
Okay, I see platforms on the ground, I think. Well, not platforms, but areas to stand on. They look like they would be. Oh, okay. I think I see what's about to happen.
This will hurt.
Yeah, the Amarok boss has a similar kind of attack. It's not quite that deceptive, but it's similar. Okay, I'm familiar with that marker from a raid. Let's see if it does the actual... Yeah, it does. Okay. So it starts off really slow, then it gets fast. Okay. A lot of deceptive moves this guy has. I gotta say, this is amazing for a dungeon fight. Oh, he's doing his own Buddha. That's kind of neat. The Iron Womb. Uh-huh. Anyway.
Try and stop me! You cannot stop us!
That did way more damage than I thought it would. Guess I didn't get out fast enough.
You're mine!
I'm also guessing that was a soft DPS race, so it's a good thing I didn't take too long. I'll have to remember that. Now this one I didn't really get a good look at, so I'm not sure what to do exactly.
My turn!
Okay, I think... Oh, okay. I think I figured it out. It's wherever the lines are crossing, that means that's a full sector, and if it's all the square... I can't explain it the way I want to. Basically, if the square is full, that area is going to detonate. I think that's how the mechanic goes. Seems like you have enough time to do that, but it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to use a sprint or a teleport. Nice. Yeah. I still don't understand why his body was so mutated. I was expecting him to still have a humanoid form before they obviously showed it. I don't understand that. Maybe, like I said, this is the only time it's been done to a corpse, as far as I can remember. So maybe that's why he was so mutilated? Oh, I nearly forgot. Yeah, you're telling me. How about you, Thancred? Alright, I'll talk to you in a second. Yeah, you would think they would try harder to defend Anima, but they didn't. So, what's going on here? Yep, the AoE names kind of gave that one away. That's a good question, too. Because when we were having... Again, good question. Because while we were dining with Xenos, they did show these pods, but no idea what they are. Unless they have human limbs in them, which I still don't understand why it's just the limbs. I hope they do explain that and they didn't just give it like a creepy fact just for the sake of being creepy.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
Oh, hey, Niche. Yeah, tell me about it. He did have an interesting mechanic, though, that made it feel
madness ends here.
That made it feel like a trial, so I appreciate that. Also, I forgot to mention this. In one of my streams, I mentioned how this theme is one I considered Xenos when he gave his Time Between the Seconds speech, because it fit him so well, especially in that moment. It also played when Anima had roared and tempered the Guardians we got to come back into camp. I was so caught up in everything that was going on, I noticed it, but it kind of slipped my mind as well. I just thought I'd bring its attention now. But I do consider this Xenos' theme. Hey again.
Oh, this is the best part.
Don't tell me to hush when I sneeze. That ain't my fault.
Enough! Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Oh, we're doing the moon again, huh? Bahamut style?
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
Hydaelyn.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine!
Whatever you say, Stu.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves. Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls.
Well, I hope it's not what I think it is.
Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of
That was
course,
close.
Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it.
I'm gonna comment on that as soon as they stop talking again.
We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Alright, before he leaves though, I just want to comment, I think it's really funny that that console he was on didn't actually have keys. They look more like giant buttons. Like maybe the keys were in the buttons, but from our perspective, they just like giant buttons. And that brings me to mind of a Bop It toy. So I think that's pretty funny that a Bop It toy is trying to call forth Zodiac.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid, restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
I figured he'd say something like that because something else a lot of people seem to neglect about Alphino is that out of all the Scions, he is the one closest to us. A lot of people don't seem to appreciate that bond.
Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
I wonder if there's any side quests on the moon. That does bring up an interesting question, though. To me, at least. Elidibus, for whatever reason, if people don't know this and they're watching this, you're about to get the hell spoiled out of you, so you should know this. But if Elidibus is, or was rather, the heart of Zodiac, what state would Zodiac actually be in when he is summoned? Will it not matter? Or, because I'm really curious about that. Did Elidibus, like, leave a dummy heart for Zodiac? Because I'm really curious. Without his heart, he should be incomplete. It has been said multiple times that Elidibus is the heart of Zodiac, and he is dead. So, Zodiac, for lack of better terms, is heartless. So if he was summoned, what exactly would that do? I'm guessing for the sake of being able to fight him, I'm guessing that's going to make him much, much weaker. But we'll see. Oh, poor Cryo. Yeah, she's really dedicated. Oh, look at Raha. Hey, special animation. Thank you, Alice. It is? Okay, I saw his pose wrong, I guess. He's pondering something. I wonder what it could possibly be for him to not pay attention to this. Niche, you almost certainly was not here for this, but considering we're going to the moon, while I admit is pretty fantasy-esque, I'm curious how we're going to breathe up there. I wonder if we're going to have spacesuits, something that's pretty modern. You don't know what I'm referring to, but once you go back and watch the beginning of this stream, you'll understand exactly what I mean. Yeah, see what I meant about the bond? Okay, I kind of sped past that because I thought she said the same thing. No, her dialogue actually changed. Okay, see, but his didn't. Again, I mentioned this in one of my streams. This is exactly why I still talk to everyone, just in case. Because sometimes their dialogue does change. Some of them do and some of them don't, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. They just do. I'm sure Alice wants to pray for me again, but I don't mind. Yeah, so why was Y'shtola's... And I guess technically Alpha no, because he was the quest giver, or receiver, at the end. So obviously he would have new dialogue. With that in mind, though. Alright, I'm counting on y'all.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own.
Go figure.
Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. I would take a screenshot of that right now if I could. That's very pretty. And again, this feels like a Final Destination kind of thing, but we're only level 83. Well, not we, but you know what I mean. Speaking of, I didn't do this last mission, so I apologize. I'm almost certain there was, you know, this. I just wasn't thinking. So there's this, and this. I'll leave it like that. I did forget how tall these guys were. I still feel like a Lalafell compared to them. Oh, that's sad. Lingering grief. It reminds me of, okay, they're gonna attack too fast. I don't have time. Anyway, it reminds me of this one ad called The Betrayed Soul. I think that's a pretty sad name. And now you also see why I said circular AoEs are the most dangerous, and why you typically want to kill those enemies first. I got one combo for all of you. Oh, I was not expecting that to happen. I thought I thought there was something behind me I was supposed to interact with. I was actually going to help that guy. That reminds me of another point I chose not to make, and then eventually I just forgot. I think it's interesting that that one dragon, I cannot remember his name, I apologize, the one that has a simulacrum of an aura child. He doesn't speak in, well, dragon speak, you know, that really odd voice. At first I thought they maybe just dropped it just because, you know, kind of tedious, I suppose. But the ancients still talk like that. But to be fair, they've always talked like that. At least, like, Hresvolger, Nidhogg, Midgardsormr, they've shown they can speak the language of man. But the ancients have always sounded like that, so I guess that's fair. Speaking of which... oh, this is a fancy little place. Seems like astrologians would be right at home here. Hold up. That's adorable. I'm pretty sure if I was a Lalafell, I probably sitting down would be no taller than the armrest. Yeah, I recognize this song. Matter of fact, it's kind of a remake of a song. Remember, I don't think I talked about this. I talked about how I like the song of the Tempest. You know, the Tempest area is really, I don't want to say jazzy, but it's very smooth, very chill. So much so that I have it as one of the musics in my orchestrum, or jukebox, for lack of a better term. Yep, there it goes, as if you needed more proof. But not only do I like the Tempest, but they turned that song into To the Edge. That was something I could notice immediately. Oh, this one's white. And now they're doing it again. They're playing the Tempest again. Or a variation of it, you know what I mean. They always talk about being, you know, the same. That's why they all wore the same robes. But this one is obviously different. Then again, so was Elidibus, if I'm not mistaken. So, okay. You must have had no one to talk to for a long time. When I was looking at his robe, I noticed that it was white, but also blue. But now that I had a closer look at it, I can see why it is. It's because of the stars. That's a really cool robe. Ah, no wonder. Apologize that got picked up on the mic. I was adjusting my headset. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this guy knows what he's talking about, and I don't think we really have time to debate it, so... I don't know why she said if. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I don't even know if it actually is going to give me the choice of to destroy them or not. Yeah, unless, you know, there's a... No, I'm curious. Okay, I thought so. In that case, I wish I kind of said something sooner. I was about to say... he basically said, you know, they need to leave. He didn't say how they need to leave, so unless there's a talk to them option... I mean, what else could I do? This isn't me going to try to sell fish again, is it? I'm sorry, is that wind blowing on the moon? But yeah, like I said, the way he said it at first made me lead to believe that, okay, we need to get rid of the phantoms in a take care of them kind of sense. But if I don't have to do that, then okay, I'd rather not. But at the same time, I thought the entire thing was they're not really lingering spirits, they're more like wandering memories. They're not really there. They're not ghosts. Because their actual souls are inside Zodiark, so it almost feels like it's being forced to make this deeper than it actually is. Far be it for me to tell them how to do their own lore, it just doesn't quite feel right. Yeah, I'm just talking to him. But yeah, this definitely feels like a final area, but it's not, unless we're going to come back later, which obviously is possible. And despite me taking my sweet time, this does still feel like it takes a while to get to. Excuse me. I actually didn't press that. That went by really fast. Interesting question. I don't understand why he couldn't do that. Oh. Heidelin Pooch? All the times for there not to be a journal entry that updates. Look at that Titan. Speaking of which, I was mentioning funny moments with Lalafels. Imagine after Xenos' little switcheroo, I was actually using my Lalafell, and then the shoulder charge. I think that would have been pretty funny, and I'm wondering how that would have actually worked, since the Lalafell would be so short. But I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere, there'll be memes made about it. Everyone always talks about how they want to punt a Lalafell, so that's probably as close in-game as you're ever going to get, realistically. Oh, this is interesting. Vegetation on the moon, huh? That's good. That means I don't have to worry about everything just being boring and just plain white. Or gray, for that matter. Ah, that didn't last long. What makes it kind of funny, though, is I don't even really need to follow the dog thanks to these people in front of me. Oh, a praying mantis. On the moon. Wow, that's super strange. That's funny. That didn't even cross my mind. Sorry about that. I'll just... Yep. I wasn't even trying to press that. But yeah, that's why I was trying to hurry up and move. So, are they regretting becoming a part of Zodiac? I didn't say this earlier, I believe, but I'm definitely getting some serious Tiamat or even Bahamut vibes from Zodiac right about now. I would love to help, but I don't want to fall behind. And since she has a gun, she realistically should be up here just shooting, taking pot shots at him. Yeah, there you go. A little late, but there you go. Now, what the heck is that? Damn, there's a lot of freaky things on the moon. I mean, that's to be expected because it's the moon, so of course a lot of stuff's going to be alien. But, oh my goodness, that's some kind of cactar. Yep. As soon as it did that weird pose, I was like, that's a cactar of some kind. An alien, a lunar tender. Oh, they're weird. This has got to be one of the creepiest enemies I've seen in the game so far. I'm not petting you. What are you talking about? I'll go ahead and help with this just because he's bothering to fight them. Plus, I was going to fight them on my own eventually just to see what they're like, so might as well. But yeah, as soon as they did that perversion of the cactar pose, I was like, oh my goodness. They're cactars from the moon. The fact that he said that just reminded me, they really can't complain. Aren't they tempered? That's a good question. Why would Zio be surprised? Everyone is fawning over M itself. Except yours truly. I prefer Elidibus. I honestly can't remember his name, but I do respect him. But at the same time, if I say this, he could be like, oh, that's not me, that's the receptionist. But I honestly don't remember his name. But I don't remember him as the receptionist either, so I think this one's right. Because the receptionist stayed behind the desk. The other guy actually sat beside Zio. Oh, right. That was a memory, though, so this person would have no idea what I'm talking about. Because that was just a imitation. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's playing the song. a little bit. Yeah, I could tell by the music. I'd appreciate that. That's another good shot. I think the word is cartography. Could be wrong about that, but that was another good shot. Good thumbnail. I'm hoping the YouTube RNG picks another good one, because they've been pretty good so far. Freaking dog didn't help out at all. Okay. Maybe this is a gift. Oh yeah, we get to fly. I mean, when I said gift, I meant, remember way earlier I saw the golden dog and thought, oh, that must be a reward for getting all the dogs. Now I think about it, I know I'm wrong because I remember seeing it. It's still a wolf. It's just you don't see that one as often as the horse and the bird. Oh, look at that. She's riding very ladylike. How unsurprising, but still nice to see. What the heck is that? Oh, right, more alien stuff because we're on the moon. Case in point.
In the nick of time, to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus.
At least they mentioned.
A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance.
Yeah, I just realized what he's about to do.
But powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential. Even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief.
You were the one who was rambling on about nothing.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
I'm not sure what Xenos was so surprised about. But yeah, as soon as he mentioned Elidibus not being there anymore and the spot being vacant, I was like, oh no. There's only one possible thing he's trying to do.
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
No, that's really lame, man. I'll leave my thoughts on this in a moment, because remember how I said the story feels like it's moving too fast? I'm not blinded by bias. I can see this kind of stuff. It's going too fast. And there's some things that feel like they make no sense. But I'll talk about that in a moment.
Believe and walk in faith.
Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Are we seriously about to do a trial right now?
All I crave and more. Boundless power. Mine to command.
But how? That's my biggest question. I'll let the moment play, then we'll deal with this.
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself.
That was also expected.
The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
So it's to be a battle then. That's fine. I definitely didn't want him to be the main course. So the sooner we get him out of the picture, the better. I do despise the fact that it's Fandaniel, whatever. Because we both know how much I despise him as a character. But here's my thing. As far as we have been shown, not only is Fandaniel a sundered Ascian compared to Emmett Selk and Elidibus. So with that in mind, how is a sundered Ascian able to silence the countless of wills that are still inside Zodiark with no help? He didn't mention some kind of arcane relic to boost his strength. He didn't use some kind of magical rod. Nothing. So how did he do it? Zodiark has been hyped up to be this, no pun intended, Omega level threat. Yet he was able to reign control. I mean, I guess I can kind of understand how it comes from when I think about it. The game didn't quite say it. It did. But when I think about it, I guess it does make a little more sense. It's just, I'm starting to get a little bit biased here and despise Fandaniel and why I feel it shouldn't have worked. But when I stop and think about it, let me ask my FC if they want to help real quick. But yeah, when I think about it, like he said himself, the spot for Zodiark's heart is vacant. But I just figured that meant you were more or less an important component, or at least a source of energy, not, you know, the brain. You're the heart. But from what we see right here, being the heart, you might as well be the brain. Zodiark apparently didn't have a will of his own. So when Elidibus became the heart, he himself was Zodiark. I thought they were two separate beings, but they're not. So I guess when Fandaniel, because none of the other Ascians inside Zodiark chose to do it for whatever reason, since none of them chose to do it, Fandaniel did, and there we have it. But at the same time, even if that's the case, how did he do it so easily, with no resistance from the others? That's what I'm curious about. Excuse me, there, I asked. If we don't get any takers, I'll just hop into the duty finder queue like usual. Alright, you got one. what a Xenos level thing to say. That samurai so powerful that it got boring. That's definitely something Xenos would say. Excuse me. I'll do one last like final call, and then it'll just be me and Pooch. Push. I guess it's push, even though it's CH. I don't know how to make that noise. Thankfully, they're not talking about anything too out there. Alright, let's try this. I'm assuming they might have got up or something. There we go. So, you're ready then. Man, that's just so strange to me. Zodiark is a level 83 trial. I get some God of War themes from this music now that I'm listening to it. But yeah, the thing about Zodiark, like I said, is he's been hyped up to be this world-ending threat. And we're about to fight him right now. But to be fair, that doesn't mean we're going to kill him. He might come back later in a complete form, I guess. Which, personally, I'm kind of hoping for. Because, again, we're just fighting him way too early. Oh, I just noticed. There's a special weather right here. Polarization. Alright. Oh, yeah. I was going to check my settings. So, those are correct. What was I saying I was going to check? Oh, right. I remember now. I don't remember where it is, but I'll know it when I see it. Okay, here we go. While weapon is drawn. Duty-specific enemies. I only... See, now if I click this... then that would make sense, right? When I saw this, I was like, wait a minute, is the game getting it confused? He just messaged me. But I said I was gonna... We'll talk about it later. But yeah, so as you saw from my settings, why is it when I have my weapon drawn, I can still target NPCs? Friendly ones at that, which should only be done when I have my weapon sheathed. A little weird. Yeah, apparently it's supposed to be like hype as hell, so. That's the perfect time for the music to kick in. You'll have to excuse the beeping, though.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Ah, that's a nice looking scythe. I like mine better, though. Because my thing is, let's say we actually do kill Zodiark. He doesn't come back stronger later. If we kill him now, the only real threat left is Xenos, which I'm fine about. But he's not a world-ending threat, not on his own. Should probably open that again.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Looks like we can fall off, so I'm gonna have to try to remember that.
The marvels of circuits were but playthings.
I'm gonna have to try to pay attention to these marks too, because I think the other one was a triangle. That's a square. Ah, yep, I was right. So they do change. So you have to excuse my DPS. I'm actually going really slow, so I can try to
become flesh.
So I can try to study this. I'm guessing that's a charge. Oh, nope, not a charge. I knew they'd try to scissor us somehow, though.
To see the end.
The aim of that attack really should... Oh, that's a weird marker. Oh. Oh, interesting. It's kind of like Akmorn, but it lets you know it's a multi-stacking marker. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. I say. I don't quite remember what I was saying, though. I'm trying to keep up with this fight.
Soon my hold over Zodiark shall be complete!
Okay, so you're not in complete possession yet. I feel like I missed something.
Mine! All mine!
Yeah, as soon as I said something. Now the real fight begins.
The natural order overturned.
I wonder.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Ah, dang it.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
For a second there, I thought I had died. That's why I said, oh, dang it, because I thought I got flowed off the map. So like, what did I do? I didn't see anything special to do there besides not stand in the AoE. Unfortunately, I was so distracted by, did I die or not? I wasn't paying attention to... Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention to, I couldn't tell if it was a lingering AoE or not.
I've waited for this day.
Anyway, I was too busy paying attention whether I'm dead or not that I wasn't noticing, how far it actually turned. And I meant to keep that open. Okay, she's betting on standing here, so
All in existence, bent to my will!
Okay, so what is that, like a 90-degree turn? I believe that's a 90-degree turn. You know
The
how
great cataclysm, faithfully recreated!
You know how I am with math and numbers.
From broken skies fall tears of flame!
What is going on?
All shall burn! Will you live to see the end?
I hope so. Yes.
All in existence, bent to my will!
Man, I'm really bad at that.
Will you live to see the end?
Because it seems like it's so easy, and I'm sure it is. It's just for some reason my brain can't grasp it. It's like I know it's going to make you turn, but it's measuring the turn that I'm having trouble with. I didn't see that there.
I have no need for restraint.
Now those aren't so bad, because I actually know what they mean. As much as I would love to do the honors, considering how good this other Reaper is, I'll let them do the limit break.
All in existence, bent to my will!
Okay, I'll just try to remember that it basically just pushes you, I'll think of it that way as being pushed. It basically just pushes you to the other side.
Will you live to see the end?
My thing is, I don't use the limit break until it has hit like 10% HP. Yeah, and it's called the end, but the is lowercase for some reason. That was probably a bad thing because they didn't seem to approve of that. I guess we'll see if he has some kind of hidden, I actually get health back,
Will you live to see the end?
Or special mechanic at the end. I guess we're about to find out. Oh crap. There we go. I'm not sure which Reaper did that. Actually, yes I do. I think it might have been Key Lime Pie. Okay, let me think. So, if it's going to turn that way, does that mean we... Yeah, okay, this is fine.
All in existence, bent to my will!
Yeah, if I stood where I was going to stand, I would have been wrong.
Will you live to see the end?
Wow, that was actually it. I'm a little underwhelmed.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Yeah, there's got to be more. There has to be. I was expecting him to pull a Kefka kind of joke like, psych! Give it to Zero then, because they were main tanking. They did really good. Dang it. See, he says that, but something tells me... Okay. Something tells me, though, he's not gonna get sealed.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
Oh, I activated your trap card, did I?
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. It would have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness. As was your will, Emperor Sunday.
Told you.
I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
So many questions. Okay, so in retrospect, maybe it was not so much as Zodiark himself was so dangerous, even though he would be at full power, but the consequence of him getting out and then killing him. But I don't think that's the case. I really think, yeah.
At last.
That voice. Okay, because I was going to explain or ask, how then would Zodiark dying be what actually triggers the final days? More importantly, and I know the answer is going to be gameplay logic, but if Fran Daniel wanted Zodiark to die to do this, then realistically, why not just fuse with Zodiark and then kill yourself? Why fight us? Beyond saying, oh, but I wanted you to win because my galaxy brain plan. Beyond that, there was no reason for it. Secondly, if that was what I think I was, I'm going to be grievously disappointed. But even if it is, I can kind of see why, because of that statement he just said, because I never thought of this. The laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. So whatever rules Zodiark set into place are being undone. And there's only one being I can think of that would probably take advantage of that. But it would be extremely strange if she did, so let's see. I'd probably believe you if it wasn't for the fact that was a level 83 trial and not a 88 or 91. Yeah, I was wondering, where did Xenos go? Uh-huh. Yeah, even his form is different. Not that that's surprising.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
He looks different, too. Huh.
Slap.
Oh, whoa, I didn't do that. See the controller? The R2 button got pressed down. Hold on.
I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
Okay, this is what he just said. I guess the R2 button got pressed when it was on my leg, and that's what made him skip it, because I didn't touch anything. But okay, we're caught up now.
For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair. We shall see.
And it's always so intense when he does that slow, steady gait when he walks. I remember the last time somebody walked slowly past me and they impaled my friend. I figured Xenos wouldn't attack me though, because he straight up said, Xenos says a lot of things, but he is a man of his word. So when he said, I am not going to fight you today, I knew he wasn't going to try anything, but it was still intense. Man, this is so weird. And don't get me wrong, it's not like a complaint like I hate it. It just feels really uncomfortable that everything's moving so fast. I figured Zodiark, or even Xenos, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be Xenos now, unless you're going to tell me the real final boss of Endwalker is frickin' Wedge. But it just feels so fast. I really expected Zodiark to be much later. But, oh well. It's not, like I said, it's not a real complaint. It's just like, I definitely did not expect to fight him so soon. Or there was some kind of final form he had, but he's gone. And apparently the laws of the universe are going to start unraveling. And let's just go ahead and say, for whatever reason, Heidelin is going to take advantage of that and be evil because now she can rewrite the laws of the universe to do as she sees fit. Even if that's the case, would that really be a bad thing? That's one, depending on what exactly she does with it. And two, if we fight Heidelin, for sure the laws of the universe would unravel, right? Because there would be no god to stabilize reality. Unless... I guess we'll see. Oh, please do. Then I can go back and tell my friends. That gets me every time. A change of surrounds. That's an interesting way to put it. It does feel both. See the size of his footprints? Jeez. But it does feel almost like a dream, almost, funnily enough, alien, that there's still an ancient alive. I was not expecting that, but okay. I mean, how could you expect it? It's random. Still, it's a red mount, so I'm happy with it. But yeah, I wonder if Emmett Selk knew about him. Probably. Probably. I'm sure Elidibus and whatnot probably knew about him too. Then again, maybe they didn't, because now I'm really curious, because either they didn't know about him and never tried to kill him, it, whatever, I'm gonna assume him, itself. By the way, when I say him and we don't know the gender, then don't have a fucking cow. Obviously, him is just being general. If I told you that a convenience store got shut up but the criminal got away, you say, oh, what did he do? Why did he shoot up the convenience store? You don't say he, or rather, you don't say she or they or it, you'll say he. It's a general term, so get off my back. Back to what I was saying. The fact that none of them tried to murder the Watcher, even though Elidibus has been on the moon more than once, I find questionable. So either they knew about him but chose not to do anything because they respect him as a old friend or something, or they never knew about him, and I'm wondering, how could you not? I don't know. We'll see if the story explains that. You presume correctly. Oh man, so much to tell. Oh, that's really sad. Oh, it's cool, you know, just killed Zodiark, the eldest of all primals, and fight-wise, also the weakest. Then again, let me not speak out of turn. Maybe his extreme would be like absolutely bat crazy insane. Ah, but he is no shade. Oh, so you're not an actual ancient. You were just created by her. I'll have to remember that. As far as I can tell. Well, as Alphino said, more hands make lighter work. Aw. It's like sitting on Santa's lap. Not gonna do that, but that's what it made me think of. What kind of weapons are they selling on the moon? Okay, I figured as much. Oh, I should also mention this. I didn't bother to do it before, but I did obviously have it because it's one of the first scythes you can get. Not this one, but it's made after one that has a buzz blade on it. On Lalafel's Zeo, because of the glam I gave him, the saw scythe, oh, that's kind of a cool name. The saw scythe worked for him, like it matched his glam. But for Zeo, it doesn't quite, does it? Especially after seeing how well the red one with the angel wings fit. Which, funnily enough, reminds me of something else I meant to say way back when. Remember when I was joking about not knowing where the blunt end of my scythe is? Actually, maybe I did finish that statement, but I'll do it again anyway. Well, obviously, the blunt side is the opposite of the sharp side, which just happens to be the side with angel wings. How about that? If I were trying to, or rather, if Zeo was trying to subdue someone and not kill them with the scythe, she would hit them with the blunt side of it that has angel wings. Again, I think that's just such a really cool little detail. Okay, Thancred actually made an excellent point, but at the same time, even though that is a good point, why would he? Fandaniel has all been about, we need to do the final days right now. So even if he took possession of Zodiark, again, why bother with the needless mayhem? Just get it over with. I do like they at least tried to give an answer, like, you know, if he just wanted to kill himself, why didn't he? That is an answer, but it's not a good one. That's an excellent question. I mean, the fact that he's taking a break right now, you know, says that most likely he's taken breaks before. But I get what Urianger is saying. My thing is that he's been doing this alone. I guess the closest thing to company he might have had was Hydaelyn, but that's debatable. Yeah, long, lonely vigil. That's pretty curious then, that his thirst for freedom grew, but it was still so weak that a sundered Ascian could take possession of him. Yeah, so Hydaelyn is free of that responsibility, which begs the question, what is she going to do about it? I really hope they don't do the Traveler from Destiny was actually going to be blank, 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 so... Because I hate things like that, man. I really do. So I'm calling it right now. If they do that, I will be severely disappointed. But yeah, I hate when they do that, man. When there's zero evidence given that so-and-so might happen, it just happens. They just drop it in your lap and say, deal with it. If they do that, I wasn't going to try to call it as early as I have, because I keep telling you one of my #1 complaints is that everything is going by so fast. But I was trying to wait until I actually play this first half of the expansion at least. But Shadowbringers, even early Shadowbringers, has this beat by a long shot. That actually did have build-up. This technically did as well, but it's going by so fast. And again, I already told you from the very beginning, I want to destroy everything and thus kill myself as well. I already told you that was going to be stupid. I knew it was going to be stupid. And look at where we are right now. You never want to do that. That's my opinion. You never want to have a villain that's like that. Yeah, exactly. So he took note of it. I would read that one again because it kind of confused me there near the end. Last life bender. You're a little late for that one to tell me, Y'shtola. Well, to be fair, she's a primal created from people that could bring creations into reality. So, that's always been something I figured she could do. Like, just will things into existence. Oh, let me also talk about this for a moment. That was awfully long for that short sentence. I've seen kind of inconsistent. Anyway, let me say this before I forget. So, the final days. Again, haven't finished the story yet, so I could be wrong. I'm just going off of what we know so far, what I know, remember so far. The final days. Zodiark stopped the final days, correct? They made it seem like, if I didn't know any better, I would think Zodiark himself did it, but that doesn't make any sense because he himself didn't exist, like cause a catastrophe to be brought into existence just to end the catastrophe you started, you know, something big-brained like that. But apparently that's not the case. Zodiark legitimately stopped the catastrophe, but what makes it so strange is it seems like they're saying that Amarat, the first source, for lack of better terms, the first, whatever you want to call it, the original world where the Ascians came from, it was meant to be destroyed. It was supposed to be destroyed. And Zodiark changing the course of that star made it so that it wouldn't happen, but they made it sound like all he did was simply end the disaster, and we leave it at that. Now they're making it sound like Zodiark basically rewrote everything, like, you know, they said, but rewrote everything to the extent that you were supposed to be killed, all of you, but I rewrote it to where that's not going to happen. But now that I'm dead, you're going to be killed again. That doesn't seem like that's how it should work. It seems like it would have stopped the disaster. Like if I was going to throw a ball right at your face and you catch it, that's pretty much how Zodiark stopped the disaster. But now it's saying, I throw the ball right at your face, you catch it, but then you let the ball go and it immediately gets the exact same momentum it had before you caught it and then hits you in the face. See how it makes no sense? I love Final Fantasy, I do, but from what I'm hearing right now, it's making me wonder. Not if whether I like it or not, I'm just, the story is really strange to me. I guess it's because, again, they've been holding back a lot of information that are making it up as they go, to where, like I said, some of it just feels like it makes no sense, especially the Zodiark part.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary.
Oh, and that ball hitting your face, let me do you a better example, because not only did I throw the ball at your face and you caught it, stopping the final days, but then your hands go numb. That's Zodiark dying. Your hands go numb, you drop the ball, but instead of the ball falling to the ground harmlessly, it picks up the exact same momentum it had before you caught it, decks you in the face, and then bounces around randomly and dummies the 13 other people that are around you. That's basically what's going on right now. See how that makes no sense? But don't worry, I'll save all my final...
There is much we could learn of Zodiark and his imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before, and comes now again.
Yeah, please, because maybe, like I said, I'm possibly wrong. I'm just going off of what we've been told. Like I said, I'll save my final call for when all is said and done. I'm just going off of what we already know, and how little sense it makes. So hopefully the Watcher can make more sense of how Zodiac should have really just stopped the catastrophe, not paused it, and rewriting the rules of creation. Zodiac dying doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist anymore. Zodiac dying doesn't mean that fire is no longer hot and ice is no longer cold. All he did, from what we understood in Shadowbringers, was stop the final days, which would save Amarat. Not by saving Amarat, that somehow means he controls universal laws, like he has control over reality, when all he did was stop fire and brimstone from falling from the sky. Anyway, let's see what the Watcher has to say. I like how they used the first beast in this picture, because out of all of them, I would say it's probably the most disturbing looking one. Not the most well, no, maybe it is the most intimidating, especially here. But the first beast was an excellent choice for this, especially this particular image. I mean, look at that. Imagine being on your butt and that thing is coming at you.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source? So I'm going to have to go back a little bit because I wasn't quite paying attention. Okay. So I'm hoping this explains what I was asking about earlier. Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
those noises were awfully loud.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived.
Okay, you're starting to lose me again.
No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Okay, fair enough. That I get. Right.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
And again, that would make sense if it was still the original world. Are you telling me because they were fractured into 13 parts, which are like, what, 7 are left now? I forgot the number. That still somehow ripples through the fragmented worlds? So then by that same logic, the first is still in danger, and the second and the third, or whatever worlds are still left? I don't know, man. It feels like, Again, that would make sense if it was still the same singular world, but it's not. So, please continue. Now, I didn't know she sundered herself. I didn't know she had done that. Yeah, that is a bit more of a revelation. These are more or less the same answer. I'm trying to think of a moment where Hydaelyn... I'm assuming the darkness refers to Zodiac, hence why it's capitalized. But me and... or Zio rather, and Hydaelyn have been talking so much, I really don't remember this one right here, but I do vaguely remember this one. And if the darkness is referencing Zodiac, that just makes the statement even more strange, because again, it feels like they're trying to do a galaxy brain move when it feels like it realistically just doesn't make sense. But again, still too early to call. It's like when they talk, they have to sound out every single letter. Okay, so he says Zodiac was without question the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half of, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, population. Yeah, you say that. So then, when we inevitably fight evil Hydaelyn and she's a level 90 trial, I'm going to remember that. That brings to mind what Elidibus did by awakening the Warriors of Light, which even now I still don't fully understand. In how does watching a meteor shower allow you to hear Hydaelyn and become a Warrior of Light? Why would Hydaelyn even let that happen? Or did he fake it? I honestly don't remember now. No, I don't think he faked it. Okay, I'm gonna have to cut him off. I really don't want to, but that's starting to grate on me.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Mm-hmm. It's like Hydaelyn is a good guy or something.
In light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words.
As she should remain.
And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Okay, I suppose that makes sense. I would think being fractures of their own world, it wouldn't, but we are on the source. It's called the source for a reason, so fair enough. Fair enough. I still call BS on the stopping the final days didn't actually stop it. Oh, this is perfect music. Well, besides the red rings, yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes, but what is it?
Dungeon. Oh, man. So, like I said, fair enough. Being the source, I can see why that'd be the case. I'm still tripping over the fact that Zodiark, his death, just unpauses the final days as opposed to actually stopping it. Stop and pause are not the same thing. Yeah, really. The dog? Yeah, I'm not even gonna try that. I don't know if that's something they've changed, where you can jump off really, might as well just say fatal heights and live with 1 HP. I don't know if they've actually made that a thing now, but I do not want to risk it. Oh, this is actually a pretty cool one too. Probably had to end up going the other way, because I saw this, and even if that's the case though, I still have to get over all of that. Oh, that's right, there was like a cave area somewhere, wasn't there? Good, I was going the right way. It's so hard to see on the map. Like here you barely see anything, but you have to zoom in super hard. And there it is. I'm curious how other people feel about the story of Endwalker. I've heard it's good and it's definitely not bad, but like I said, there's a lot of confusing, seemingly conflicting things. Like I said, the #1 issue, I summed it up pretty well. Stop and pause do not mean the same thing. They are not the same. And I don't mean when you stop a car. No one says, I paused the car at the red light. But in essence, that is exactly what you did. Because when you stop something, then it's done. Of course, it can restart again, but in that sense, then you didn't really stop it, did you? I'm gonna actually fight one of these on my own, just to see what kind of weirdness it has. Yeah, look how they move. And they backhand you, apparently. They almost remind me of Bloodborne enemies. Maybe that's why they kind of freak me out. Oh, no, you don't. Weird. Really? Yeah, so there's wind here and gravity. I'm gonna chalk that one up to magic, but the fact that they didn't mention it, I think is curious. I also wonder how they will deal with that. I do appreciate the alien-looking monsters here, because they're definitely different. For the most part, at least. Like, this one actually looks like something you see in freaking Metroid. So, I will give them that. They have some cool-looking enemies. Interesting. Haven't seen an enemy do that since the kobolds. Excuse me. It's weird, it's not even 7 o'clock and I'm already... I wouldn't say I'm already sleepy, but just the fact that I yawn like that and it's not even late is because it's so dark outside. I guess my body naturally thinks that it's later than it actually is. Keep that in mind, Thancred. That's all I'm gonna say. I hope Thancred has an actual reaction, given the fact that they have him say that. I'll bring it up again, because that was a bit too fast. Likewise. You don't say. Strange choice. Well, I wasn't gonna kill it till it hit me. I wasn't gonna say anything about this, but now that I'm looking right at it, I notice a lot of the enemies in this area, the moon, where either have ER at the end of their names, or maybe I did mention that. There was the Sweeper, there was something else, I can't remember what it is, and then we have the Weeper. I can't help but think that maybe those are supposed to be I want to say jokes. It's not the word I want to use here, but it's like, you know, Reaper's a new class with Sage, but since Sage doesn't rhyme with Weeper, Reaper, Weeper, Reaper, Sweeper, Reaper, whatever the heck that other ER thing was. See what I'm getting at? Oh, nope, I want a random, just so we can change it up a bit. I will move you, though. There we go. But yeah, for the life of me, I can't remember what that other ER thing was, but I swear there was another one. There's at least 3. And it's definitely not them. Okay, Thancred, don't disappoint me. Yep, that's exactly it, Thancred. Aw. I went a little too fast again. Also, I will take this opportunity to check on any of my friends right now, so if you will excuse me, turn away. Don't want to spoil you in case they're in certain areas. Okay, everything seems to be alright. Okay, you can look now. Oh, that's very kind. I thought for sure he would just disappear. They both ride very ladylike, which is to be expected. This might be one of my new favorite mounts once I finally get him. I also like the fact that his name is dangerously close to Argo. For those who know what the Argo is, I wonder if there's any correlation. I kind of wish his name was Argo. That way when there's more than one, it'd be Argos. Or Argos, however you would pronounce his name. Again, excuse me. Defarious to and fro. Nope, about to say, I can just warp out of here, so I was curious. I'm with Thancred. I do like how earlier when I was interacting with him, it would say that Zio was petting the dog, even though she wasn't. It would have been funnier if I had done that, and I kind of wish I did, but I was just curious to talk to him. Alright, we'll be right back, Argos. I guess I'll go ahead and do this too, just to see what we get. Oh, cool. This is how she looks on it, by the way. I don't remember if I've ever shown it before, but she rides it pretty good. The only thing I don't like is because her hair is so long that when she actually accelerates, that happens. But I believe that's what they call a necessary evil. Just gotta live with it. Definitely not gonna change her hair, or at least not in a while, at least. Not until something better comes along. Like I said, I think she's looks pretty great. Her glam is perfect. No reason to change what ain't broke. I mean, to be fair, I was thinking about it way back in Amarok 2. I don't remember how they explained it, but I think maybe Emet-Selch used their own ancient technology that, like I said, lets them bring things into existence, and that's how Amarok was able to stay so long despite him being dead. It'll be there forever, or at least for an extended amount of time. It might as well be there forever as far as the game is concerned, but from a lore perspective, it's either actually forever or it's going to be there for a long, long time. So all that rambling was for your opportunity to pause it, and going up, and here we are. Well, Niche, when you have a moment, I didn't know you were there, so I figured you had went and done something, but I didn't want to speak up in case you were busy, so I found a different way. But let's see if they talk.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Okay. I wanted to wait until I knew you were there, but when you get the opportunity, and if you're still listening, let me know your thoughts on the Xenos switcheroo. Let's just call it that to not give too much away. And don't worry, you're the only other person here, so you can't spoil anything. Or, if you rather, I'll just talk to you on Discord next time we hang out. Maybe I'll do that instead. Yeah, let's do that. Don't worry about it. I'll ask you later. Like I say, keep in mind, we are on the moon, Thancred, so you best believe it's something. A rabbit on the moon. New race confirmed. Looks strangely familiar. I'm not joking when I say this. I don't think I ever said it, but I told people that, you know, as a Lalafell, there was no reason for me to change my race to, but I obviously did. If those little guys become a playable race, I'd definitely play as one. At least for a little bit. I thought there was only going to be 2 of them.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
I actually do say that sometimes, minus the extra no.
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
That's a very good theory.
Perhaps.
Or maybe Heidelin just likes cute things. Wouldn't that be something? I would like to ask her that, just out of curiosity. Because I can only imagine how that conversation would go. Yeah. I don't know what that last word meant, but I'm sure it meant cute. Lapo. Didn't think of it at the time, but I cannot remember the quote-unquote scientific term, but there is a term for bunny or rabbit, and is it? I'm not going to try to hazard a guess. I know it starts with an L, though, so I see what they did there. I say, man, those are some steep stairs. Like, let me make sure Zio isn't about to just walk off to her doom. Okay. I've heard that the Fenrir mount, by default, is actually faster than some of the other mounts. I'm not going to say all, but I would say on average is faster than the normal mount. And I honestly never noticed before, but I think I do actually feel it here, because no aether currents, no speed boost, nothing. And that definitely explains why in places like Bosja, southern battlefronts, all that stuff, people are using the Fenrir because it naturally moves faster. Which would explain why it was so expensive, so it better be faster. Obviously, I was joking about them being a new race, and I do mean that Lalafell is still my favorite. I was just making a joke about how cute they are. Ara, though, is absolutely close second. In some ways, I would say it's not even a first or second, but more like they're interchangeable, because I love them both so much. But like I said, Ara Zio is about as tall as Lalafell Zio, aka Avatar Zio, so it takes at least two of him to be as tall as her, so yeah, Lalafell Zio would still be taller than them. That flower looks awfully familiar. I should have took my time. Oh, there's an aether current. I should have took my time to read the stock of the other things that are being offered, because it makes me curious if hold on. Oh. Wow, Fenrir again. Yeah, this is one of those times where it makes you wonder how you're supposed to get up there. I'm sure there is a way. Let me see. Is it really like this? Yep, sure was. Like I said, no matter how impossible they feel, I know there's a way to get there, because it's obvious. Well, it's obvious there's a way to get there, not the path to get there is actually obvious. Speaking of which, Niche, I've already elected you to be my Uber driver to help get those currents. Turn off the music or turn off the hop? Oh, also, I noticed that at first. I just didn't think to say anything, but dancing way, fighting way, so I can only imagine what they're talking about. Oh, look at that. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Where's your weapon? For a second there, I thought that carrot might have been like a sword. But nah, apparently it's just a giant space carrot. Yeah, I knew you were on board. It gives us a chance to talk, hang out. It'd be nice. I could use something like that. It's been far too long. Well, that's wonderful. I want to find Thancred, though. I want to see what he has to... Oh, Thancred. No. Thancred shouldn't be the person I need to talk to. Not yet, anyway. Oh. Oh. I'm used to it where if you press that, you have to wait a moment. When I had gotten the zoo earlier, I thought the zoo had one of those moves as well, but it doesn't. Or maybe it does and I just didn't press the right key. That's a blue carrot. Guideway. Where's Thancred? Alright, was not expecting that. You know, it kind of makes me wish I had done random back in the first new area of Endwalker, because it would have been much more appropriate, kind of. Oh, are you now? Oh, I thought for sure he'd be the, oh, talk to me if you want to know about the area and who I am kind of guy. Why else would they be calling him or her? I'm not sure what their genders actually are. Guiding way. Let's see. Mount. Oh, okay, we got Behemoth again. I won't immediately dismiss it on accident. I'm hoping I get the golden dog soon, since they have one right there. There's Thancred. I was hoping I'd find him before moving on. It actually does. Well, yes and no, because I had a good look at what the captain looked like, so I was already sure of the fur color. But if for whatever reason I somehow forgot that, it's still nice that they'll tell you. Not that they really need to, because, you know, quest marker. Nothing way. You should not be on this team. No. No, I don't think Zeal should let you do that. These two are probably the most interesting. I guess I'll pick more of the fun answer. I picked that one just for the sake of reference. Just to see if the snappy bunny had anything to say. Laporit? Oh, I see. Lapo and rabbit. So, actually, no, that's one extra R then. No, that's not right at all. Why am I thinking that? Probably because of the Lopo and the fact that we like bunnies. So, Lopo, I'm going to just say Lopo Rit. I'm not going to try to pronounce that other R. I like how none of them bat an eye that this childlike bunny thinks that we're children. I know why they don't. I'm just kind of surprised they don't say anything anyway. This is an interesting choice. Yeah, she actually rides in this one pretty good too. I'll have to remember that. Because Lalafell Zio obviously doesn't quite look the same. But she can at least ride it comfortably. And it does suit her, so... The only thing that bothers me about it is that Wedge had a hand in its creation. Which reminds me of another mount that he also helped create, which I like, much to my annoyance. Still, I try not to think about him. And for those wondering, yes, Wedge is the only Lalafell that I don't like. Well, to an extent. I didn't like Lolo Rito all that much either, and that one Lalafell that Raban had a disagreement about, didn't care for him either. Also, you'll have to forgive me if I'm saying his name wrong, because it's been a while since I've heard it. I just pronounce it the way it looks. Wobbling way. Meet a people person here. Yeah, that's generally my reaction too. Just turn away. Oh, there's another Aether Current. Why are you not Godway? Let's ask that one first. You mean like something a guide would do? It shouldn't be that surprising, Urianger. You've met Lalafells before. And plus there's loads of these Lolorits. Loporits. So you would know if you've been to Lalafell before. Fun fact though, Lalafells are known for having strong legs, so they're actually pretty good at walking and running.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world.
Loporits. Got it in one.
More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Fair enough.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents said to you little ones, on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
I wonder if their moon is actually that gigantic.
Here, we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now.
I guess. Because that's quite interesting. I figured... Well, we'll see.
Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Etheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Etheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
Oh, they're quite charming.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly. For one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we worked to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
It's all starting to come together. Remember, I still don't want to say anything yet, just in case, but I will say this much. Actually, I guess I really can't help but say it if I even give you that little hint. How can I tell you without telling you? Okay, I'll say this. Remember the hint I gave about the title screen? And the people I believe involved with that? Yeah.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
You don't have mirrors up here, do you?
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
Oh, I just thought of something. That might be a problem.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Etheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. But this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
And but me no buts. That's a cute one. As I thought, it
Perhaps
was
you
a
could
problem.
tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Also, here's another thing. Again, this one kind of gives it away. But do you remember back in the forum where that one guy says, if you had saw it too, you would understand what our plan was? That made me think they saw Zodiac on the moon. And I think that... I was hoping it wouldn't be something that ridiculous. Because Heidelin should know better. Wouldn't you want Zodiac to be hidden to discourage people from visiting the moon and finding out what the heck it is? it being Zodiac, obviously, but I mean, from their perspective, they'd have no idea what it is. So, you would think Hydaelyn would then make Zodiac invisible. So I'm hoping that's not the case, because again, the story is being a bit weird. I would know if I was Hydaelyn and I was the arch enemy to the original Primal, the original god, if you will. I certainly would want his existence hidden, and not anyone with a microscope, or telescope rather, being able to see him from Earth, or sorry, Aetheris. That's actually a good point. I figured she was calling us children because to her, we are really young, which, to be fair, we still are. But I thought it was because of more of an age thing than a height thing. That is true. That is also true. See, he makes a good point, because I was thinking the exact same, well, not the exact same thing, but I was thinking it would be an issue, but it won't be a too terribly big issue provided on what exactly it is. Like if the beds are, the beds would actually have to be bigger, so if the beds are even bigger than the ancients were, like, yeah, they'd be kind of obnoxious to climb on, but can you imagine how comfy it would be to be up there on that tall of a bed? So that'd be kind of cool. But then there would be problems like, you know, eating utensils, plates, knives, forks, chairs, tables, lights, books. So I can see, well, no, books might not be one, but you get what I'm getting at. But having an enormous bed the size of a house seems kind of nice. Purple carrot juice. That actually puts me in the mood for some grape juice. I'm kind of hungry and thirsty right now. Oh wow, look at that axe. That is a bloodborne weapon if I've ever seen one. Well, I already mentioned Bloodborne in a way has 2 weapons in this game, but you get me. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's a really cool axe. Not gonna lie, that's really, really cool. I like the... I've always been a fan of mechanical weapons like that, so that's definitely cool. Okay, so... how am I gonna get out of here? I guess we could do that. We're not jumping down there, though. So, I remembered something I had forgotten way back when. It's an absolute moot point now. But the fact that I remembered it, I guess I'll tell you anyway. Do you remember when Alice and Alphino were trying to convince the Garleans that were the first set of Garleans, not the second ones, with the soldiers, the civilians, the the 2 sisters, that one, when they were trying to convince them that we mean you no harm, we're here to help. And then when we found their unfortunate fate, something I wanted to comment there but somehow forgot is it's a good testament to no matter how pure your intentions and no matter how truthful your words, you can't save people who don't want to be saved. That's a lesson that I had to learn, a lesson I helped my father learn, but it's true. It doesn't matter. If someone does not want your help, if they don't want to be saved, you can't save them. It's as simple as that. you know, this thing kind of be right at home on the moon. And that's something you could actually think about in real life too. A lot of real life aquatic creatures look like aliens. I think I've seen that Lalafell before. The name was kind of familiar. I'm starting to get a headache, but I'll fight through it. So I'm not really tired right now, I'm just a little hungry and thirsty. But hey, we get to enjoy this ride again, so that's nice. I'm hoping Argos here has some unique music when you get him as a mount. Again, apologies if you heard that. Like I said, I was really thirsty. Umbra Wind, yeah, on the moon. Go figure. Now, they did kind of explain it, but I figured there'd be like some kind of aerial dome or only being inside the building or something. But that one rabbit did mention how it was their job to make sure the air was as clean and pure as possible. So, fair enough. I actually didn't mean to go that far. I meant to like stop right here and then go up. Let me head back. Like I said, at least we get to enjoy the ride again. But I meant, because apparently you can get out of there. I just hopped on Argos because I figured we couldn't. But no, I saw it, I guess, and my brain didn't register it. But I really did just mean to come out here and then go up that way. But I guess I was so excited to get back to Argos that I just had Zio hop on and fly back for no reason. Oh, who am I kidding? That's a wonderful view. Looks like something out of a dream, doesn't it? And yeah, looks like that's exactly what I was looking for. I'm hoping when I do go look for those aether currents that they made it so you can use the compass while you are... I mean, I can already use it. Oh, right. Because this one has... You know what? Why not? Might as well demonstrate it now. Of course, I would get the one mount that does that when I was trying to demonstrate something else. But yeah, you, as the driver, for lack of better terms, you can use the compass while you're on a mount. Thinker. I don't think... Funny enough, I don't think that's the one I was thinking of. I think it was a different one. But, yeah, so a lot of ERs in this area. But yeah, while as nice as it is, and they've had that since Shadowbringers, but what they didn't have, and what I'm hoping they changed, is, unless I said it already and forgot, is that as a passenger, you can use your compass without having to hop off. That is something I've been wanting them to change. I'm almost certain they didn't, because no one complained about it except me, so they don't care. Dynamite, just straight up dynamite. And we are going the wrong way. Where are we going? Oh, no. No, that can't be right. They left the facility, didn't they? I somehow missed it. Dang it. Oh, I see how. Because of how this is connected, it made me think we go outside. Wait, no. Looks like we still do. But it's not connected to anything, so... I definitely missed something. Let's head back. I should have known her cafeteria was in her base, but like I said, I thought there was a different facility or something somewhere else. Yeah, like if it's not dead ahead, then this might take a while. Because this is not very clear on where exactly to go. Excellent. That's all I needed to see. You gotta love the way I naturally make things harder on myself. Well, I actually do like carrots. I think it's raining outside. I just realized what happened there, but I'll let it go. And no, that's not meant to be a Frozen reference, just because it's an ice horse. Supporter, another ER name. Caretaker, another ER name. Reaper, another ER name. Do I know how to call it, or do I know how to call it? Which begs the question, why are they roaming around? Well, I mean, carrots are edible unless they're weird alien carrots. Well, I guess that depends on who you're talking to. Carrotorium. I actually just realized what that name was. Can't help but feel that there's a joke that's about to get played on me. I can't help but imagine how they get up these things when someone that's more or less tall as Zeo has to jump. I can't help but imagine they really have to do the exact same thing, which is passing strange. Why would you build it to be inconvenient for yourself? Hold on, I gotta go back and see what that said. They're talking about alchemy and carrots or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me take a moment to think about that. I feel like even the unassuming orange carrot might be bad. And I do like the color red, but it describes as being ominously red. Screw it, we'll go with red. Okay, thank Christ they at least let me check them. Okay, I think they're all kind of going to say that, but I'll check them all anyway just to see. Because the red one threw me off the most, just by the fact that it gives me the option to eat it or not. Okay, that one might not be so bad. A minty carrot. That one might not be too bad. Okay, so the orange carrot is perfectly fine. I'm going to read the red one again, because like I said, I was distracted by it being ominously red, and the fact that this wall of text appeared up. So, I guess it's okay. Sure. Zio, eat the red one. That is an excellent idea. I kind of doubt that it's going to reflect whether the carrot... I mean, if it does do that, that'd be cool, but I kind of doubt they're going to be like, oh, you picked the red carrot? Shouldn't have did that. Then why'd you put it in the basket? Or, oh, you picked the yellow carrot. Oh, okay, I would have picked that one too. So, let's see. Okay. Well, I already knew who to talk to. I was just seeing if her dialogue changed, as usual. Obscenely large carrot. I love that text. Finally a race besides Lalafels gets swung at. You don't say. It's not going to give me, like, the energy of a Laporit, is it? Yeah, it straight up says eat it. Okay. Oh, it was an iron carrot. Curious. And the fact that the logo is red, now it really makes me wonder. And if I wanted to, I could... Well, let me see if I actually could. Nah, I couldn't. I'll say if I could, I would actually experiment just to see what other buffs and stuff, but I'm sure I'll get the opportunity later. But that's interesting. The logo was red. Makes me wonder, well, let me not repeat myself, you know. Dream carrots sound really nice. I know they wouldn't know, but I wanted to say it anyway. funnily enough, they're making me hungry for carrots now. Like I said, I genuinely do like carrots, especially baby carrots. Thancred, being the observant one as always, yeah, that is a little strange. How is your name going to be Cooking Way, but you don't cook anything? Just the basic. The only thing I understood out of that was adverbs. They are actually quite helpful. I'll give you that one. Oh, don't be like that, Thancred. I just remember Thancred still, not Thancred, but Urianger still has some baggage he needs to take care of in Sharlayan. But again, that was a level 83 freaking trial, so I'm sure we'll get there eventually. I'm actually going to go back up there just to see. Yeah, you say that, but Zio's about to head right back upstairs. Yeah, I know you did. Urianger. Because Urianger, I don't know, I'm not going to say he may be... Okay, yeah, see what I meant? I'm not going to say that he loves his extensive vocabulary or anything. I'm just sure that's the way he talks. But I can't help but think if maybe Urianger took that on as like a personal challenge. Or he's at least curious to try. Because again, he has quite a way with words. Oh, yeah, this will also be a problem. I just thought about that. In the sense that, I mean, you would think with all the supplies we're supposed to be bringing from Earth, hint, 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 you would think we would bring our own clothes. But the fact that Living Way mentioned clothing production, almost certainly she meant for herself, or rather their race. But at the same time, if the Weaver Way, I think is the name of the other rabbit. If Weaver Way, that's almost a tongue twister. If Weaver Way is in charge of clothing production, then that leads me to believe, you know, that they also make clothes like for the ancients. So I can't help but imagine that there are gargantuan-sized robes they might have made in preparation. That, of course, we won't be able to use. I mean, I guess they'll make excellent blankets for the gargantuan beds, but beyond that, or to be more specific, the robes themselves will be like the ultimate sleeping bag. That'll also work. See? Yeah, see, they're thinking about the clothes that the ancients wear. Oh, this should be good. Yeah, she already knows, as she should. Yeah, kind of figured that would happen. I just wanted to try it since it worked in the abandoned city. I like how that's the very first option. Just random stuff. Yeah, I figure. Yeah, I thought so. This is even more cruel than the switcheroo mission. Dress for the occasion, sure. Now you got the same thing, so either he chose the exact same option, or this is kind of, you'll get this no matter what. Well, as terrible as these clothes are, as long as I can still fight in them, then I guess it's fine. I don't know for sure if I come over here and see like 6 other people in the exact same thing. I think that's so ridiculous though, that they have those killer robots wandering around areas they expect children to be in. Man, these are all excellent choices. Surprise Me might be the most interesting, so I'll probably pick that one. Because if I pick this one, I think for sure I'll know if you get a set outfit or not. You know, unironically, that one is better. Yes, yes, I'm aware of the penalty. I'm actually going to wait a moment, because I'm curious to see if his outfit will change. Yeah, so it looks like it's just a set thing. That's too bad. That or somehow we both picked the exact same option twice, which is possible, but unlikely. No, that's their actual clothes. Alright then. You can see it in Zio's eyes, huh? Even when she's wearing a mask that specifically covers her eyes. Oh, now this should be good. This should be even better than the carrot episode. Yep, that's what I thought. As soon as Urianger J swaggered on screen. Yeah, Urianger J's the only one that got a good one. Oh, that was a genuine laugh. Oh, that felt weird. Agreed. See what I meant? But the Watcher, of course, is a special case. So even that logic doesn't apply to him. Man, just look how much better that is. That's a good question. I'm assuming not. Yeah. Oh, he's thinking about Rain. Curious. See, that would also been an excellent time for the journal to update. I'm pretty sure whatever was written would be hilarious. Growing way, huh? That's a cute run. I'm wondering how we're going to okay, wasn't expecting that. An Eater of Lalafels to be summoned. At any rate, it does make me wonder how we're going to rectify this situation, because I hate to be kind of a killjoy here, but I sincerely doubt the source is going to get destroyed. I'm pretty sure we're going to find a way to save it, even if it requires time travel, which would honestly probably be the best way. Because if the world does go bye-bye, then that means we lose Ul'dah and all its teleporting points. Limsa Lominsa, same thing. Gridania, same thing. Etc, etc, etc. All those will be gone, realistically. And there's no way the game's going to do that. So it makes me wonder, not so much as will it happen, but what are we going to do to save it? Because as far as the Lolo writs are concerned, there is no way to save it. It's inevitable. It's going to happen, so you need to get prepared right now. But gameplay-wise, it can't happen. So, makes you think. Oh, almost missed you. You can call her Zio. I know, right? For those who don't know, Abio, the last name, also
Ready
fits...
the teleporter.
Okay, so they all don't sound like, well, little children. Anyway, the name Abio actually fits Zio really, really well. Not because it rhymes like a Lalafell name, but because Reaper. For those of you who know what Abio means, you get exactly what I'm coming from, and know she's had that name for quite some time. Also, I guess we're on the topic because I don't know when I'll get the chance to do it again. Wait for it.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
I'm going to... No, let's at least hear the conversation. I just need to go do something real fast. Actually, no, it might take a little bit, but this is a pretty good cliffhanger, so I'll go ahead and let it.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting.
Aww.
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Etheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand?
Alright, I think we're about to find out if I've been right this whole time or not.
Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
Does it start with an F or maybe a T?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied satisfied with our work.
Or maybe even an S, I guess, depending.
Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
I find it interesting they always make Urianger the secretive one. When I say always, I mean always. He's been that way for a long time. A notable example is during Heaven's Word. I imagine Zio would have. Oh, I've seen that Lullafill before too, and I don't mean just recently, but I recognize the last name Snex. I still don't understand that meme beyond, I guess it means don't hurt my feelings. Because usually that's where I see it at the end of certain comments on YouTube. They'll make a statement of some kind and then do the don't step on Sneck and those like 3 emotes. Oh, we got a Twivania, I think this thing is called, something along those lines. Twinvania, Twinrova, something like that. Guiding Way, who's not an actual guide. Even better than I believe it's called the Autumn Veil. No, that's not right. But hopefully you all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, because I'm about to check. So let me clear that. Because I know which dungeon I'm talking about. Just don't... There it is. The Aurum Veil. The Aurum Veil. You know, one of the most infamous dungeons in the entire game, even to this day. I can actually get through it no problem without anyone... Well, that depends on the person, but... I was going to say I can get through there without anyone dying, and that's somewhat true. But like I said, it mostly depends on whoever's I'm going with. But I can mostly guarantee to get through there without wiping. I even proved it on someone else's stream before. I think... Don't quote me on this, because it was a while ago. But I think... the YouTube channel was Work to Game. I think it was them. Whoever it was, they were doing a stream, and they would mention how the Autumn Veil, they always die when they go through it, and I told them, well, if you follow my lead, I can get you through there without dying. I don't remember if we had any deaths. I don't think we had any deaths. We definitely had no wipes. But I don't recall if we had any deaths. I'm going to say no, because I felt pretty good about the run. So I told him, I can get you there without dying. He took me up on the offer, and I delivered. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, the reason why most people die on that dungeon is the exact same reason why they die on most dungeons. They rush recklessly. Wait a minute, that was it? Oh, wow, that's, interesting. I didn't even stop and think about it. That was the forest? Nah, that's something, Prompto would probably... I'm gonna say this one, because that literally just dawned on me. I thought I was heading for the forest, but this is the forest. Cleaner, ER. I mean, make no mistake, it looks nice, but when people inevitably long to be out in the great outdoors, this will not cut it. Yeah. Oh man, I'm getting thirsty again. That looks like some really good water. That's a pretty strong current for a fountain. Spherical of spheres. The unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. Wonder how many of you out there is going to use that in a conversation one day. Or one night. Well, he says that, but he's facing the opposite direction, but whatever. Just so Zio doesn't have to do it twice, I guess. Stand in front of him. I'm sure you do. I wonder what he's worried about. Like you said, the accident, 1, was an accident, and 2, no one was hurt, and 3, it's not going to happen again. So, not too sure what he has on his mind. Still can't get over the robots, scrappers even, roaming around where they expect children to be. That just, I know gameplay purposes is so you have something to fight here, but again, lore-wise, why are they okay with this? I mean, who knows? Maybe, I didn't really stop and think about it, but all the side quests I have yet to do, maybe some of them out there will explain some of this stuff. Like, maybe there's a side quest out there that's like, oh, you know, those robots aren't meant to be roaming around doing blah, 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 blah. We need to shut them down immediately. That kind of thing. So, maybe. We're gonna go off the beaten path a little bit just to see what he has to say about this. Huh. First, oh no, I did read that correctly. At first I thought it said taste, then I thought it said take. Then I was like, no, I did read it correctly, because why else would that be a Skittle reference? I didn't really notice it at first because I thought that was signature for that one Lolo writ, but I kind of wish that when Zio first met Living Way that she did do the noise, the humming one, just to see how Living Way would have reacted. Like, oh, you know, the greeting of my people, or something like that. I mean, it's not a greeting, but you know what I'm getting at. Yes, actually. Yep, I saw that. I mean, it is on top of the trees after all. Oh, that's interesting then. So they kind of had a part to play. I mean, obviously, I say obviously, but I'm fairly certain Heidelin would have done that on her own. But it's nice to know that she took in consideration what they were saying. Like, hey, you know, this is getting really, really hard to converse now. You might want to consider finding a champion, per se. Okay, cool. Cutscene. But with that in mind, I will be right back. Now, like I said, this one might take a minute because I'm going to go and microwave something to eat real quick. I'm not going to eat it immediately just so it'll be ready. But I'm going to go take care of that. So for those watching right now, niche, you'll be free from my rambling for a few moments. And those who watching in the future, well, just fast forward. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Another obvious hint is books. That of all the things they were sent, it was a lot of books. Of course. Uh-oh. That is a good question. Yeah, you can say that again. Because, Rain, like I said, she's in the first. Thancred loves her like a daughter. And the fact that she is essentially unsavable, yeah, that's going to bother him to an extent. I like how the description says that, and that's the picture right above it. Oh, and then the name. Of course. Like I said, I was only really unsure back in Heaven's Word when I was not, well, I wasn't sure if Urianger had actually betrayed us or not. Because remember, back then, or at least to me, for those who were from like the original Final Fantasy XIV, they might have had a more solid grasp on what he was like, but to me, I figured he was a cool guy, so his betrayal didn't just seem kind of strange to me. I can't remember how exactly I felt about it. I just know I was unsure. I didn't hate him. I wasn't mad. I was just confused. And thankfully, nothing became of it. Well, not nothing, but you know. If only I could fly. This one has one of the funniest flying animations. Also, after climbing the stairs, like actual stairs, with this turtle, it made me realize one of the reasons why everything is so big is for the sake of the ancients. Yet and still, they could have made those platforms, those jumping platforms, stairs, so at least they could be climbed like stairs and not jumped on like lily pads. Like, yeah, to the ancients they would just be stairs, but not to us, and not to them. Them being the Lolo Ritz. Lobo Ritz. I keep calling them Lolo Ritz for some reason. I'm guessing this is the Deathclaw. Yep. I could tell by the noise it made. Speaking of noises it makes a really uncomfortable noise when it leaves. Like, it would actually be intimidating if it wasn't for the fact that it's just leaving. I'll try to be as quiet as possible so you can hear it. It's like an ominous powering down sound. I think that's the best way I can explain it. Oh, look, the weather's different. Moon dust. Okay. Listen. Yeah, isn't that a haunting noise for a machine to make? Oh, hey Niche, I just noticed your message. Well, if you think so, I appreciate it. The last thing I want is to bore my singular audience. I said I like the minigames they've added to this, and I do, because again, it breathes more life into the game. But I can see why it get frustrating, because where am I supposed to hide? I think I can see some spaces. It makes me wonder, though, if I was a ninja, if I really could just use sneak and just straight up turn invisible. I almost want to try, but for the sake of doing it legitimately, I won't. I wish they did have like a area of effect around him on the map, so then I know how close I am to being outside of the area. I said I knew I'd actually have to stop here because there's no cover up there besides the one that's in front of him. Yeah, and I was afraid he'd do that. Still, I believe Zeos' walk, or light jog is faster than his run. Cool.
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Yeah, I knew he knew. It was obvious.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Livingway, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
I think these are both really good answers. Like, legitimately, sometimes there's no right answer. But that one also can coincide with this one. There is no right answer, so have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart, believe, and protect those you can. So,
sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly.
Probably Shadowbringers, and that's a rough maybe. Aw.
I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts.
Same here, bud. Save for your vocabulary far exceeding mine.
As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond.
Also, I think I actually heard it better that time. It's not Loporrit's, it's Loporrit's. So you do hear the second R.
'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
What a devilish little grin. Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, Urion J is a heavily slept on character. I mean, to be fair, most of the Scions are. You can make an example for all of them. But what happened back there? I'm gonna have to look and see what that was. Did that mob just kill the other mob? But yeah, he's always been a very interesting character. Just, like, if the way he talks... Yeah, let me just check this out. Oh, I was a little late again. Oh, hold on, I might make it. Yeah, that's really weird. Because... Here, I'll just show you. In this dungeon, right... Oh, wait, no, it's not. Yeah, it is Shadowbringer. It's my mistake. It's, No, not that one. This one. There's one mob, there's only one in particular, that attacks and eats the other mobs, and I think when it does that, it gets a power-up, because it only happened once when I was playing. And when I learned it, I made sure that it never happened again, so I would always mark it as number 1, so that people knew to kill it. But hopefully people know what I'm talking about. But that one ad does the exact same thing that that one just did. I can't remember. Let me see. Yeah. And yeah, it even gets the exact same effect. I don't know if, well, I say exactly the same, but I don't know if it was like that. But it did get a buff for eating the mob, or mobs. Oh, we got the water one this time. Of course. This is good. I was planning on fighting these things anyway. It's coming out of the woodworks, aren't they? Oh, I have full gauges for both. That's cool. Nope, not done yet. Uh-huh. He's quite charming. Kind of clever, even. And it has nothing to do with the fact that, you know, we saw from their perspective they're planning something. It's just the fact that, you know, Zio has a link pearl, and so does Y'shtola. If it was that important, wouldn't Y'shtola just link pearl me, or Zio, and call her back? Just saying. As far as I know, Y'shtola has one. Those things seem to come and go as they please. I don't think they're... Ooh, I like this one. The music is great. Unfortunately, we won't have time to get to the good part. But yeah, the link shells come and go as they please. Sometimes the characters have them and don't use them, and then sometimes we think they don't have them and they do. But I know for a fact Zio has one, and she's never lost it since getting it, more or less. All the Scions also should have one. So again, if Y'shtola really wanted something, she should have just link pearled me. Zio. But sure, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and see what this is about. Didn't mean to rhyme that. It won't happen again. Not if I can help it. Oh yeah, that's right. Y'all had your little meeting, didn't you? Okay, game. Yeah, I'm glad your show at least acknowledges that. I wonder if they're trying to keep us here. As it's been said, even paradise can be a prison when you can't leave. And this place is far from paradise. Still, I don't appreciate being lied to, and definitely not deceived. Oh, they actually want me to do this. Okay. Let's see if I can do another crack shot. Oh, you're definitely running away. Wait a minute, there's more than one. They did say something about incessant chatter, though. But yeah, I believe it's the one that was, you know, talking. Ah, I pressed the button, but... Okay, this one actually has tracking, so... Nope. It'll steal you. I was waiting for you to come this way. Yep, too slow. And that one didn't fire at all. That was him. Ah, man, I was hoping to get it in one, but seriously, look, when I press the button, press, it fires, but it's not hit scan. It's not a hit scan. It has actual bullet time. That's the word I meant to use. I said tracking. I meant bullet time, so... It's going to be actually harder to hit him than I thought. Crap, I kind of lost him. It's one of these two. Yeah. But yeah, he's the only one that's apparently running around and talking, so next chance I get, I'll try to shoot him. There we go. I wonder if you could only hit him in like certain animations like that as opposed to when he's just running side to side. Because I was pushing the button when the cursor was over him and it didn't work. Come on, game. More deception. How about that? So, they're lying to us, which is obvious. Now the question is, why? I really do wish more of these were updating because, like I said, they have such interesting details in them, but nothing's going on about it. Curious what the journal would have said about, you know, they're clearly lying to us. So now the question is why? Are they actually going to keep us imprisoned here? Or rather, try to? Yeah, see? Don't fall for that. This is what I meant why it's really frustrating. Please don't fall for that. Yeah, then don't fall for it. Yeah, if they are in the archives, that's not a pressing matter. But helping Urianger J would be. Archives aren't going anywhere. Let's go check on Urianger J. And then as soon as he left, we go after Urianger. How about no? To be a real human in an MMORPG. I know you could say, I know Growing Way said that Zio could use the teleporter elevator or whatever it was. And I guess... guess we'll try that out once we get there. Are they conveniently placed, or am I going to have to hunt around for them? No, well, that's fine. At least it would be if I wasn't already going the wrong way. Really? Alright, that explains why. It's like the chocobo was too fat to even get up those stairs. Alright, let's try something else. Okay, I can live with this. Yeah. I love this part of the song when you fight Susanoo. Wild and pure, and forever free. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I think that's the teleporter, too. No, wait, no it's not. If I say if it was, then something would have appeared on it by now, but it looks like it would be. But that's okay. I think I'm on the right path now. But anywho, in addition to that part of the song, another good part is about to come up in a minute. We'll go the long way just so I'll have extra time. Actually, it won't be necessary because we'll get there by the time we will get to the destination by the time the song gets to where I want it to be. It's this next part. I will say, for a blessing, it is nice to be doing these trials and stuff now. That's a bit of a spoiler, but I did see that coming. I mean, I call it a spoiler because it is, but it's not something I can be mad about. It's just obvious. I also think it's funny too because not only did I see this coming, but it just so happens I have full gauge, and I was going to joke about that as well. So, thanks for confirming that. Alright, let's get it over with. Still, best not underestimate them. The one on the left. I forgot for a second there that those weren't mine. I appreciate you asking me nicely, but I can't do that. Aw. Good night. Not exactly the most mobile of steeds. What did I just say? Alright, that'll do. I think this is the first time Arazio has rode the white chocobo. Because she does not ride the red one like this, unfortunately. I could just teleport down there, but I'm already pretty much here. So with that being said, I'll at least put on a mount that I like, but don't often get to hear the music for. Let's see if he's under favorites. Yep, sure is. This one took a while to get. You know, in case you needed any more proof that I do enjoy Xenos as a character. Yeah, this place is so confusing. Oh. I think I see where I messed up. I was thinking, you know, I could warp, so crystal, so go down. But I think I see where I'm supposed to go. But this is fine, because, again, it's an excuse to hear this music for a little bit. And further proof of my excellent navigational skills. There we go. I've seen that person before. The name is quite unique. Let's see, Yustola. Oh, nope. I thought it was the dog that had the mark. Aw, wanted to talk to Thancred. And Argos. Dang it. I was kind of rushing though, so that's definitely my fault.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
I heard that.
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose.
Something Thancred and Reen can obviously relate to, hence the reaction.
There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Heideland's love for Aetheris.
Correct.
That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly. To serve, and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe.
I gotta say, I think Urianger would make an excellent Noah.
If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
No.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit, and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
You are too precious for this world.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Good save, Urianger.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee.
The gift. And yeah, it's as pretty as I thought it'd be.
Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order.
That jar is nearly as big as her head.
Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
Oh. If I'm not mistaken, I think Elpis is Latin because I've used it before in a name. At least I think I have. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I might be thinking of someone else, but the name is familiar. I'll say that much. It's very familiar. I think I know who I'm thinking of.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
Oh, a certain, Aura might have whispered it in her ear now and again.
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Oh yeah, it'd be good to see them again. So, there you have it. Now I can finally talk about it. So yeah, pretty much when I first started having that theory is what I felt it'd be the Forum. Because they were, as I made the joke earlier, they were doing a very Noah's Ark kind of situation. Gathering up all the food, the animals, what have you. Then I talked about the logo for the game and blah, 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 blah. The only thing I didn't expect was the moon itself was to be the Ark. That I didn't expect. But, yeah, it became more and more obvious. Roger that. Yeah. Freaking pudding way. Yeah, Growing Way was a good sport, sure. I'm probably going to pick the other option too, just to see. Because this is one of those you should be glad you're talking to people more than once situations. I should have saved that one for last, actually. I knew she was going to give a sassy answer when I saw all this text. Fair enough. What about you, Pudding Way? I wish Pudding Way had been the one we met instead of Running Way, just because the name Pudding Way is absolute gold. Ah, dang it, I wasn't paying attention. Alright, and then right here. And moving on. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention that the private talk that Urianger and Zio had when he gave the "for those we can yet save" line, I like how it was a bit different this time, in addition to when he added, well, what about those, or what if we can't, or whatever the question was. I can't quite remember, which is why I usually speak during the event and not after. But yeah, I do like there was a bit of a twist on it this time. Well, now that frickin' Fandaniel is good and dead, finally, makes me wonder what Xenos is going to be up to. Not to say he can't come up with a plan, it's just Fandaniel was useful to him because he could get around so easy. So could Xemnas, Xenos. But I don't know, it's just they worked better as a team than if it was just Xenos. So I'm curious what he's going to do to pass the time before our eventual next meeting. What is he up to? What's he planning now? That kind of thing. I'm just gonna go see if these things have another ER name. Nope. And there it is. There's the sweeper. Excuse me. True that. Though Zia wouldn't have felt it regardless. Excuse me. I don't remember what exactly it was. Probably one of the, what I kept calling, not caricatures, what did I call them? Not cinematography, though I think that might actually be the right word, unless that's for movies and not pictures. But whatever word it was, because of how long I've been streaming, I kind of doubt that is going to get picked, which is unfortunate. But whatever does get picked, hopefully it'll be a good one. For the thumbnail, I mean. Because as I've said before, I have no control. Give me 1 second. Had something in my eye. There we go. Sorry, I was just thinking, I wanted to bring this up before, but I guess I'll do it now since they're talking about tempering so much. But I like how that's the official term now, because originally I don't think it was. Because remember, the first primal we dealt with was Ifrit, and when he tempered you, it was like being tempered in a flame, like you would, say, a weapon, tempered, get it? Hence why Leviathans, tempered, aren't called tempered, they're called drowned. I think Titans might be called, I don't even want to, I know it's not the buried, I don't remember what exactly Titans or Garudas are called. I believe they had names. Same thing for the Sylphs. I don't remember, but I don't remember if they had official names or not, but I do like how now, officially, no matter what the primal is, it's referred to as being tempered. Well, that's wonderful news. Oh, okay, they just happen not to fall to their death. That's very convenient, game. Suspiciously convenient. Yeah, and brood. Let's not forget the brood of Porxies. Yep, me too. That's obviously true. Okay. I had to take a moment to figure out what this was trying to say. It wasn't immediately obviously to me, but she potentially could say, if you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one, as in Xenos just, you know, slaughtering, massacring as he travels. He's not going to do that, so you won't track him that way. Not to mention he can teleport, which would pretty much be this right here, but I think this is the most blunt, don't do this kind of answer you could give, so... curious. Yeah, and that's very concerning. Like I said, what is he going to do now? Now, I mentioned most likely, even though Xenos more or less said that he would, again, he could, but for the sake of the story, I don't think he will. Let me read that again. Oh, yeah. I figured most of the... Oh, that's right, because they wouldn't have known that Xenos is the one who actually killed Varus. I hope the good music is playing. Probably... yeah, it should be. I was looking at the time on the clock, the Eorzea time, so it should be playing. It's the afternoon. I'm curious how the forum is going to react now that we officially know their plan. Like I said, that's the only thing really I got wrong, is I thought they were going to use like that Death Star, not Death Star, but what's the name of that ship? Star Destroyer. Star Destroyer looking ship on the logo, leaving Aetheris, heading for the moon. You know, that logo. And the fact that they're packing up all that food and seeds, not necessarily food, but actual seeds, that's important. Wildlife, yada yada yada. Books themselves, because you know they're the smartest, so they have the right to live the most. It was very Ark-like, save for that last point maybe, but it was very Ark-like, so. Sorry about that. Okay, she's saying the same thing. Alright. I'm just going to take a gamble and say we are supposed to be in here. Yep. me go and comment on this before I forget. Another reason why I thought the escape plan wouldn't work, because again, first off, again, stopped and paused are not the same thing. But now that I know a little bit more, I guess that's okay. But I figured whatever Fandaniel had in mind would not just destroy the world, but destroy existence as a whole. And I guess that's kind of true, because the source doesn't seem to be the same as Aetheris, unless they said that it was and I just missed it. Yeah, I think they're one and the same. So if this world goes, then the worlds connecting it go, even though it's been shown that there are stars, like actual stars, in this universe. Like the source has its own galaxy and stuff. So I figured they would just go to another planet. Isn't that what they kind of said? But at the same time, they also said that if the world is destroyed, it would affect its reflections. So I probably wasn't paying enough attention as I should. But the source and Aetheris don't seem to be one and the same. And if they are, that makes it even more confusing, because that means you cannot escape this. The final days will destroy all of existence, but at the exact same time, they have a plan to escape to a new world. But if this world is destroyed, then the other worlds are destroyed, so I'm getting a little confused. Man, she came up with that solution fast. Yes. Yeah, that's a good point too. Oh no, don't tell me they're doing it now. Number one thing we're trying to do is avoid public panic. So let's hope the forum's not about to do that. Unless, of course, their plan is to let's evacuate right now, which is what the Loboritz wanted to do in the first place, which would also explain the Death Star Destroyer looking ship. Oh, and they're playing what I deemed the insanity music. So that's quite appropriate. I think they're overusing it a bit, though. It's kind of losing its zest. Wish they kept it just to Xenos.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi, and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Lifting the spell.
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge. Not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
If Living Way hadn't wasted our dang time, we could have made it here sooner.
you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. Thank you. I shan't be long.
That was a really nice shot of Zio there.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
I kind of wish I said the other one because I figured it would be directed at Alphino, who is always civil. So if I said the other one, it makes me think that Alice would have said something. Kind of wish I did. But yeah, I meant that was a good shot in the sense that Zio's eyes against the night sky, that was pretty.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
See what I meant?
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
I don't believe I finished the other point I was making about Zeo and Reaper and stuff. But I do think it's an awesome coincidence that the mentor of being a Reaper has purple eyes, just like Zeo does. I've been noticed it. I just chose not to say anything because I felt that I point out things like that too often, especially in that video, so I just kind of left it alone. But I thought I'd mention it now when I meant to mention it earlier. It almost feels like I'm at the end of the main story quest already. Not seeing anyone else. Well, you know what I mean. Oh yeah, probably should talk to you. There we go. I either want to pick Alphonal, LSA, or probably Raha, given the bonding they did in the last expansion. So let's pick this one. Yep. I know what they did there because there's a similar quest I posted on YouTube before.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, they did a similar thing for the... What did I call the name of that? I can't remember. Like Mortal Sins or something like that, where we had to go and fight all those special sin eaters that were using the bodies of the original... Well, not the original, but... in their world, the original group of Warriors of Light. Near the end of it, whereabout you're allowed to do what I just did, where whoever you think is at the door is the one who's actually at the door. So maybe in my spare time I'll go through all the other options, because Estinian showing up to talk would be amusing, I imagine.
Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one woman. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
Oh, Crystal Tower. Oh, that was great. I'm glad I picked Raha. I'm surprised they didn't do the there will be a number of cutscenes thing, because I could feel that was going to happen, but they didn't warn us this time. Not that they needed to, because again, I could tell, it felt obvious to me. Hey, I recognize that guy. The red mage. The one who's, I told you his name starts with an X. Or at least I think that's him. Didn't really get a good look at his face.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was him.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
Oh boy.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Wow, he traveled a far, far away. Hey, look, it's Sid.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance.
And his little sidekick. I unfortunately can't remember her name, but that's cool. I'm guessing the dancer.
What have we here?
I'm guessing the dancer was the dancer mentor.
Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
Yeah, his weird, awkward, zombie-like gait is just a coincidence.
The towers are gone. and the Garlean threat has abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
That's definitely pretty ominous. And the music is different. Well, I'm about to end the stream, but first I at least want to accept the quest so I don't have to worry about hunting it down. Actually, I wouldn't have to, because I could just do that, but still. I'd rather just grab it now. My, those are quite the rewards. But yeah, gonna end it for now. I want to make sure I have enough energy to run my leveling roulette, so I don't accidentally sleep in or something and miss it. But yeah, that'll be it for now. I think it was a pretty good stream, despite all my BRBs and stuff. I'll try to be here more next time. So thank you all for tuning in, especially you, Niche. If I'm reading this right, you're still here, so that's quite impressive. Either way, thank you all for tuning in, and see you around.